What, baby? Just hold on. Well, this has been pretty weird. I think I'm streaming now. Again, live. Let's see. Let's see if it, oh yeah, now it's live. Okay, well, that's pretty weird. I've been standing here for the last hour and change, thinking everything was all right, and I realized when I tried to listen to the music that nothing was going out, so I apologize. And quit. And what? Huh? Any women, any unit. Okay, so it looks, Jesus, what a pain in the ass. Well, we've had an interesting day. We opened gap up once again. We've just closed the outside day, but not the gap. Close, but no cigar. Yeah. I thought I was streaming. I've been merrily talking along and doing all that stuff, and realized that there was nothing going out. OBS had fallen over, apparently, somehow or another. Yeah, well, anyway, it's a shit day, what can I tell you? I hope everybody's all right on that end. I'm not going to start the stream over. Just quickly, this is, I don't know what was captured and what wasn't. I guess nothing. This is my virtual trading journal. It's risk neutral trading. Throw that up, see if that works here. This is my virtual trading journal. I typically stream every day from 8 Central Standard Time until 1500. This is August the 5th, 2026. And it is now 10:02. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the point of the stream is, as I said, my virtual trading journal. So anything that I capture on my primary monitors here is the video, and my narration over the top is what I was thinking at the moment. I only take live trades in the real market, in the live market, and they're always recorded in real time. Never recorded here on Bookmap and on the stream, I mean, in real time. There's nothing playback or any of that stuff. Rear view mirror trading. And my execution platform is Bookmap. On IRT is where I develop systems and back test them, forward test them. in my charting package here, and this back and forward testing is done in the simulated environment, because obviously I'm not going to throw real money at at testing something out. So I think that gets us up to speed pretty quickly. Basically is this is always real time. This is always live. It's always real time. Obviously, if you listen to this stream tomorrow, it will be a recording. I mean, come on. But it is live trades if I take them, and I was ready to go, and I just realized I had this drama with the stream. So here we are. It's not for trade or financial advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. But what good would a virtual trading journal be if I didn't record the trades? So there you have it. Okay, I think that's got me past all the stupidness and up to the moment. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Here's the last 3 days, stupid on steroids. Irrational exuberance, to quote the late Alan Greenspan. And what else we got going on? I guess I got the music playing still. I would have never noticed that this stream was not working, I guess, until I just happened to put on my headset. My office is quiet, so the music is for the benefit of the stream. And I just put on my headset to hear if it was, volume was okay and what this jazz sounded like, and realized it was dead air. So I apologize. What can you do? Hire the old guys. They're fun to watch. There you go. There we are. So we're live now. Started streaming 6 minutes ago. That's pretty weird. And I've been watching these I monitor the stream. I have my office is set up so that I have 2 standing desks and an L, and in front of me is a 4 monitor rack. The 2 upper monitors are powered by a separate machine from my trading machine. And I have a copy of the stream running up there, so I can make sure, just glance up and see what's going on. To the left, on my left stand-up desk, is another monitor from this machine vertically that has OBS and whatnot. And then around the corner a little further is the 3rd machine here, which is my old workstation with, Google and... I don't mean Google, Outlook and Office and all that nonsense, all the normal life stuff on it. It's a Windows 10 and it's a real old machine, so I'm just holding my breath or that thing doesn't fall over. Okay, so it looks like everything's working now. No drop frames. So weird. The frame rate was going out correct and everything else. It is pretty weird. But we're back up now. I had to completely go to Task Manager and kill OBS and start over. So here we are. Sorry, what can I tell you? If you're trading, I hope you are, rolling in dough. They closed the outside bar just barely and didn't get to the gap, and then turned around, and here we are heading the other direction for now. I just got to text my daughter. Got up at 4:30 to take her, leave at 5 to take her to her little work thing that she's doing this summer. And then I just now get a text from her that they've lost power and I might need to be dropping off and going to get her. Jesus. It's all breaking my way. I'm not going to try anything with them. Gotta be careful, huh? When your luck's running the wrong way, you gotta be careful what you do. Anyway, here we are. all's fair, that works fair. Everything's working out in the end. These sweeps are just amazing to me. How they just keep sweeping them out, and they keep throwing their stops back in, and they're just sweeping liquidity, you know. That's all they're up to. And this time when I check, the music is actually playing. What a miracle. Ah, Jesus. Okay, let's see. Where the hell am I now? I'm going to not try to go back and loop through everything I've done already. That's pretty silly. Well, it did take T1 on this short. So, you know, that's what I get for not just trading the setups and being done with them. These are just an algorithm that mechanically do the trades that I'm trying to vet, or that I am vetting. I'm trying to see if this process works. There is the, this is the GEX thing, of course. Here's the IBE breakout, pull back, short, T1, T2. This was stop, and stop is now trail to break even. Is now trailed to break even on T1, and we'll see where we get. And this is the GEX. This is Max Payne, the GEX flip, the mid, and the call wall. It's all pretty hot topics everywhere nowadays. I thought I'd see what it's about. Now I'm not going to be doing any chasing. That was the structured trade. And here, looking at it on over here, let me spread this out a little so we can see better. There we go. Isn't it? Where did we go? We went somewhere. There's the IB low taken right after 9:30. Pull back to the 25. Typically on shorts, I want to see a pull back to the 50. Pull back to the 25. And what these percentages are, they are just percentages, 25% each of the IB range, or the orb, in this case the IB. So there you are. And short, and we went down and took the first target. Now here we are. That's what's been lined out or is being graphed and plotted on Trading View. Now there's nothing over here because this one requires a pullback. Excuse me. This is the breakout. That's the break. This is pretty weird. This doesn't show a retracement to the 25. That's weird. Well, now we're going to close. Oh, we did close the gap. Look at us go. Now we're rocking. What happened here? Well, I think my trade probably got to both targets on the trading view side of life. Yeah. Did it? No, not yet. Oh, yes, it did. Sure, it did. Yeah, right there is T1, and there's T2. So it's done like dinner, and was a great trade. Why don't I take them? Because I'm a donut. You know? Overthink things too much. Can't even show you what I'm looking at. There you go. Oh. Well, good. I'm glad. Personally, I'm glad the damn market has finally come into their senses, to be honest with you. This rational exuberance drives me crazy. So, yeah, I think it's perfectly understanding that this is happening. I don't know whether, if you're new to the stream or not, but let's just look at something here. If we can do that this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and down below us is another one, 7 singles. These are strings of singles. The market is flying up so fast, it doesn't retrace to cover up these single TPO prints. That's stupidness, you know? That's just irrational exuberance at its finest, in my opinion. Now, we're going to come back around and start tidying them up, I guess. Oh, man. So, yeah. Good. The economy isn't great. The war's not over. There's still a big problem in the Straits of Hormuz, you know, and remember that 6 months ago, there was no war. There was no problem in the Strait of Hormuz. There was no oil shortage. There was no fertilizer shortage, no helium shortage. American soldiers weren't dying. Iranian people and soldiers weren't dying. None of that was a thing 6 months ago. And on top of that, about a year ago, the fine president of this United States announced to the world that we had obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. There was no problems. All over with. So why are we here in this position that we're in now? I hope people remember that, because I think with the short news cycle and maybe the lack of brain cells on some of them, they don't remember that stuff. But I hope so, because it should be shocking. It is to me. It's not political, I guess, but in a sense it is. You know, a group that ran their whole campaign on ending wars and better economy and better prices, and has done exactly the opposite on every one of those points. Exactly the opposite. Started wars, raised price, increased inflation. Never mind, you know, the oligarch and let's steal as much as we can get idea. That's incredible. Yeah, I guess that is a political statement. In that I think what we have is irresponsible leadership at the moment. And I don't care whether Republican or Democrat, I could care less. A good person's a good candidate, a good person's a good person. As far as I know. So we've closed the gap, we've closed the range, we've gone down to settlements and turned them around. There you go. And my little trade would have been just perfect and panned out just fine. Pretty disappointing. I guess everything's working now, so that's pretty great. Here's the Gex flip. If they get down through that, now this is where a bunch of stuff starts changing. I'll pull up some text about all of that here in a minute. This is where dealers have to suddenly start aggressively changing their hedges. What are we doing? Where are we going? Okay. now they're going to dump it, huh? Let's see, am I on the right window and everything happening all right? Apparently so. Well, that's seems like I got everything back to business. So let's see what's going to happen now. The GEX flip is a zero gamma level, price where dealer hedging behavior changes direction. Above it, market makers are positive gamma, so they sell and buy into weakness, acting as a natural stabilizer. Below it, they flip to negative gamma, buying into strength and selling into weakness, amplifying every move. So that's pretty important to think about. If we break the GEX flip, suddenly they will start selling the hedge instead of buying. And they're getting close. So we've got to get down to 77.5. Basically 10 handles. Be interesting to see if that plays out. Okay. Yeah, I was on the right channel. I was on the right screen. Thanks a lot. All right. And what I'm reading from here is this, the text part of this indicator, which I'm using here that this guy coded up and did a tremendous amount of work, it looks like. Here, I mean, it's really incredible. On this thing here, and it seems as accurate as you can get. I've compared it to some other, GexBot, and they are exactly right, the levels. So I'm thinking this guy's got it figured out. Boy, I gotta get away from here. So let's see here. Where am I now? I guess I better get back to the start. So, yeah, this is, it's a pretty weird day, I guess. What is going on over here? Well, that is so weird. So disappointing. I would have been happy to just slept in and until now when I got the stream re-going. I thought I was going to stick to my schedule. What I get for thinking. There's the gap close just under there. Now, the gap rules are, just to reiterate that a minute, if we close the gap relatively early in the session, which we did, and if price continues into the previous day's range and or value, no value yesterday because it was a big trend day, and is accepted down there, there's our up there, in there, is the likely probability that we'll trade across the previous value. Again, there's no value area recognized in a trend day. And then the opposite of all of that is if we, are rejected back out, if price is rejected out of the previous day's range and value, then chances are high probability we trade in the direction of the gap. So there you have it. But they took it right back to settlement, and that's makes sense. Settlement being the settlement price of yesterday's range, yesterday's trade. So all of that overnight tomfoolery was wiped clean. All of those boys and girls got one way or the other, got on their back foot or not, I guess. What happened here? Let's just look at this mess and see where we are. So here is the session so far today. Oh man, unusual problem with it. Panda likes to put hair and stuff in my eyes. She thinks that's. Of course, I can't not pet her. That's, not fair. Well, if you got short right at the open, you're pretty happy. Who would think to do that? I didn't. Big sweep up here. Now, the theory behind the sweeps, I believe, is as follows, that when they sweep them, that's a liquidity grab. So what are they doing? All of these stops up here in this liquidity, these are all buy orders. So the market maker who swept that is selling to them. So he's short. They are, that person, that entity is short. And again, and again, and again, and again. And then what happens? Well, how does that person who is short profit? The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up eventually. Wow. I'm not sure whether I like this view or not. I mean, these sweeps are interesting and all that, but it seems like I kept a lot of that off of my charts for a reason, you know. But I'm gonna leave them on there. It's kind of interesting. I didn't react to it today, but so I think the thing that I need to do is just stand by and, you know, follow the leader here with these simple algorithms that I've developed a long time ago. Well, a couple of 3 months, I guess. There we have 2 targets. Yesterday, 2 targets. And yeah, I mean, what do you want, right? I'm real curious to see if they can come down here and see what a Gex flip looks like. That would be pretty, that'd be pretty interesting. This is when all of a sudden they up above, they are long. So whenever price heads up towards the call wall or goes up, the dealers and the market makers need to short or sell the underlying to get delta neutral, maintain their hedge. When it goes below, it's the other way. When it starts to go down, they need to sell them, which exacerbates the movement. So it says. Okay. Look at us chop around down here, aren't we? Big boys and girls. They still haven't even come close to one of these singles yet. They got as close as they could get right there. And there's 7 of those singles below it. That's the overnight low, by the way. We took out most of those levels. Jesus. Including the IB low substantially. Good. About time. It's about time. Now, would I go short here? Even though this is a bar trade setting up, this is a consolidation, and we need a breakout and a retest. Probably not, because I'm a wuss. I'm a wussy boy, wussy trader. Maybe I should change the boomer to wussy boy. Yeah, maybe not. And we got 2.5 points on these price levels here, so that's something to be careful about with IRT or book, whatever this is, book map. I get to watching this and I think, it's hardly moving. You know, that's not enough meat on the bone. What? And then I realize that it's moving 10 or 12 points because I've got the scale dialed in wrong. So you get that scale wound out a bit to, you know, close to 1 point there. There's 1 point. Look at that. That's some substantial movement. Look at this thing. Jesus. 78.01. Wow. 20 handles. Boom. In as many seconds. This is a problem with Blue Boy because I can't keep a perspective with scale at 1 point and have the total range in view, right? It's pretty obvious what the context is, so that's not a big deal, I don't think. But that's just that's how I think about it. Now we can see full session, RTH session, Delta. We've ticked through all the stats pretty much, including the gap close, the outside bar or outside day, and the IB. Wow. There you go. Got them all. There we go. We're going to get down here now. Look at this big sweep. 787. Ooh, 787. There you go. Boeing made that one, I guess. 787 stops. Swept. Zoom. That's incredible. It's a function of light volume, I bet. Let's have a check. What do you bet? I'm betting that we're in around 65 or 70% volume. Oops, wrong one. Wrong tab. Excuse me. 65.7. There you go. And an ATR of 3.25 points. That means for every 1 minute candle, the ATR is 3.25 points. So if you're not, looking at about a 10-point stop or something, you're in dangerous territory. And the reason it's getting shoved around so far is because of this light volume. The lighter the volume, meaning the lighter the liquidity, meaning the easier it is to jam it around. That's the whole principle behind the NASDAQ as compared to the NQ or the ES. Typically, the ES is one of the higher liquid stocks, like bonds, for example, and it is more stable. Sticks, when it comes to prices, it doesn't go skidding by levels and stuff like that. Now we're going to break past settlement and head lower, it looks like. So I go short and just target the 60 down here. That liquidity's been in the book for... That liquidity has been in the book at the 60 level since the IB set at 9:30. Somebody's been waiting down here to take the profit. Back to, I'm wrong screen, sorry. This liquidity's been in the book since 9:30. And here are all, you notice that IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type in blue. And then every one of these levels that's got a blue tick by it, the text has been changed to blue. Let me rephrase that. Have been revisited by price. That's how many levels we've taken out so far today. You see the IB high has not been there. It's exactly right. And what's happening over here? A nada pinata. The longs didn't work out so good, but that's how they work with these zones. This is the pullback zone. There's A that took out the IB, the IB low. B was into the pullback zone, and the trigger back down here. And that was a long. That's how that system is coded. That's what this says to do. And that's exactly why I don't. This used to work very well, consistently, until about, I don't know, December-ish or something like that. And then it's just started taking way more stops than were planned. The way you approach this, as I understand it, trading statistically, you develop the code, the strategy, you back test it, you out of sample test it, you forward test it, and then you trade it. And if it, after all that testing, it has a positive expectancy and all those things that really matter, not win rate, which is just YouTube stupidness by itself. You take every example that presents itself, and that's how I did it. So I would send these levels to Bookmap, and when they, I had an A or a B or a trigger, when I had the trigger, I would execute. Worked fine for a long time. And then all of a sudden, about mid-December, it just started taking way more stops than the backtesting data had produced. And that's when you make a change. You don't make a change in the system until it gets out of parameters or out of, the testing results. So kind of disappointing, but that's the way it works, I guess. I mean, that's as I understand it. If somebody knows different, let me know by all means. They keep smacking their head on settlement over here. Now, the minute they drop below settlement, all the boys and girls screens will turn red. They're some of these newfangled gex like Menthor and spot gamma and those, you can push them to to bookmap. The thing that I found kind of amazing is that bookmap wants $300 for the add-on to reflect the gex levels, and on top of that you've got to pay the subscription for the API from to Mentor, or what's his name, for our spot gamma for the gex levels, which is, I think, ridiculously expensive myself. Now I could, and I might do that, I could figure it out in IRT and push these levels over here. So instead of these zones that I'm having, instead of these zones here, like here, I would have, you know, gex flip and all that. That's a pretty good idea, actually. And do it from the ideal situation would be to be able to pull them directly off Trading View. Well, we're red now. You see here how everything turned red up here? That's because we just dropped under settlement. I'm about half tempted to just throw on a trade and go, you know, screw it. Let's see where we go. I'm sure we're going to get down to that 60 level, but that's only 2 points, so that's nothing. 50s came in about some time ago. When did it come in? Top of the hour. Top of last hour. All right, I'm going to take a quick walk out and see if I can snatch a snack. Oh, look at us go. More sweeps. I guess that's probably why I had the sweeps and stuff turned off, is it seems like that's about all we got here, all we're getting anymore is that, but definitely took the 60s and heading down here for the 50s, I'm guessing. Do I want to short that? No, because I'm not in the mood to go short in a hole. And I'm trying to stick to my guns with strategies. And I know that's probably stupid and makes for bad streaming and all that. But, it is what it is. What should I tell you? I'm gonna start working on another strategy, some other trade management strategies besides the hedge, which was suggested by Anton. He's also pointed out another one from an Atas. That's the kind of charting he uses. Atas, A-T-A-S. I forget what it means. It's an acronym, but anyway. It's called something. Dimension. It's not dimensionless, is it? It's called. Where did it go? diminishing scale. Doesn't ever make sense to me, but anyway, that's what it is. And I was doing some checking out about it over here. You can, two ways to look at it is a scale in and scale out. And it was recommending the points based on the ATR for the comparisons here. And basically what you do is you scale in and continue to, as you, the trade works in your direction, you continue to scale in until you get up to the maximum, you can put on for your account. And you are trailing to break even each scale. So your exposure is always the minimal to start with, or the maximum, depending on how you look at it. Because your stop's always trailing to break even. So whatever you've already bagged, and then there you go. And I've got to get my head around how to do it, because I've not ever done that. And it recommends very definitely that you do it automatically, which I don't think there's any way to do that in Bookmap. So. Ironically, the algo thing, or the AI thing, said it's readily available in Trade-of-8 or NinjaTrader. Now, Trade-of-8 is an old, you're familiar with it, but I liked it a lot. I used to trade with that in Asia when I was, wanted to be light and loose, because it's an app, it's not a desktop thing. So I could, follow the market when I was in the office or not, and whatever else. And then it was purchased by NinjaTrader. And I went cold on it because I was not really impressed with NinjaTrader and the Ninjaverse, particularly. So maybe that's just a bias on my part, but no, it obviously is. But no, Panda, I don't want any more dander for hair in my eyes. Thank you so much. Yeah. Next. Well, I guess this was a bar trade that I missed. Here's a little consolidation and a breakout and a retest, but these sweeps and stuff have got me buffaloed. I'm not sure what to think about all that. And here we go back to the bar again. I like the sound of that, but maybe not the right kind of bar. What, Daniel? Doing under there? $60 to $50, huh? What are we gonna do? Break up, break down. Settlement's just above us. This is a bar trade. That's twice. We've swept them a couple of times here. Look at there, 394 stops out. Typically, as I understand the concept, these sweeps, they're gathering up liquidity to go the other way. I don't know if that makes any sense or not. But, oh, magic. Magic man, what a day, huh? Pretty crazy. I thought I was busy streaming for the first hour and a half and realized that nothing, that OBS had fallen over, so I just had to start all over again, get the taskmaster manager out and kill OBS and all of that stuff, so that was kind of stupid. What, Bandit? I hope everything's going good on your side. I'm sure it is. What? Good for you, man. I was going to go short up here, even though it's got nothing to do with any structured traders, except for the bar trade story, which is nothing I've really got lined out. Once again, the Gex thing and the, second day in a row, this little simple IB algorithm has gone to both profit targets, obviously. Just, stroke of luck. And here's what I'm really excited to see happen here. This Gex flip is the moment we pass through here, all of a sudden, the options dealers have to start reversing their hedge techniques. And, I have unfortunately cut mine down way too much. I've got to do something, and I'm not sure what to do, but I'm not taking any trades, and that doesn't make me get anywhere. I think I'd be better off to blow it up than not, you know what I mean? But anyway, once we get to this Gex level here, all of a sudden, in order to hedge, they've got to, when the price continues down, they got to exacerbate it. They got to keep selling it. They got to sell it more to hedge. That's what the flip means. And what I mean by that is something. Wait a minute, that's not it. Here we go. Right there. That's the zero gamma level. When price dealer hedging behaviors change direction. Above it, market makers are in positive gamma. They sell into strength and buy into weakness. to neutralize or stabilize. Below it, they flip to negative gamma, and they buy into strength and sell into weakness, amplifying every move. So let's see if that happens, and it's going to happen right in about a second here. I don't know how quickly that happens or how quickly that... Which level are you talking about? On my screen right now? These things here? Is that it? Make sure I got the right window pointing at you. Yeah, these levels, these are the GEX levels, those options that we're hearing a lot of people talk about now. This is the GEX flip. There's the mid, there's the call wall, there's the put wall, all that stuff. And yeah, it's a free indicator. Hold on. This is the GEX that everybody's talking about, the gamma exposure that everybody you see talking about everywhere now, from FT71 to, and there's a couple that you can pay for, a spot gamma, which you've probably heard about, and Mentor Q, which is another one. This is free. This guy did all of this code, and it seems to be accurate as hell. And here is, hold on. You can also do this stuff for Ninja, I think. So hold on, where the hell did I go here? So here is all you do is this my free gamma levels on Google, whatever I did. And this is the script that he gives, it's free. Merry Christmas. And here's the instructions all about what the levels all mean and how to trade them. His suggestion, or its suggestion, and then how to set it all up and user guide and all that kind of stuff. It's just phenomenal to me, the stuff that you can find just poking around. So, and I've Googled and I've gone to some other like Spot Gamma and stuff, and this stuff is exactly right. What he has got here has basically been taken from either somewhere else, I'm sure it's not originally thought up, but this is all exactly correct. So, all the different levels, the maximum pain and display and then how to set up the display panel and all that stuff. That's what all these are. So essentially, this is the at the money. This is the GEX flip, which we just read about. At this point is gamma neutral. The minute they go below it, they've got when price goes above this, options dealers, in order to hedge their gamma, have got to, if it goes down, they buy. If it goes up, they sell. The minute it goes across this zero level, they have to do the opposite. And this is the mid, which shows up if there's between the GEX flip and the call wall, and the GEX flip and the put wall. And this is the maximum pain level, which means, hold on. The vol trigger, max pain. The maximum pain is the magnetic center. Is options market gravitational center. Price at which the total dollar value of all outstanding options contracts expires worthless. That's this level right here. Oh, wherever it went. Pain level. Right there. It's pretty amazing stuff. And there's been a lot of... Well, what I did was that, I did some stuff. This is what it looks like. And I did the basics, I changed it to Chicago. I set it up for my session, hours, and the open, and then I just picked on which one. It's not mobile friendly because I don't care about that. And where do you want this dashboard to go, and where do you want which of these things do you want to see? Show, put, call, tip values, and I did not change any of this other stuff except the times and the time zone and stuff. That's it. Excuse me, I gotta blow my nose. Now, Anton has been real, he's going to go with Mentor Q, which is about $300 a month. And I'm real curious to see how the levels line up. But as far as I'm concerned, what I've been able to Google and find out, these are spot accurate. And they update once, and the way I read it is Anton's opinion is that these change dynamically throughout the day, these major levels, and I can see where they might. But the general idea of the gamma exposure is that it's based on the closing status of the previous session, so of the previous RTA. So I'm pretty sure that's where this all comes from. And there are places where you can get free data. Thinkorswim apparently has it. I'm amazed that Tasty doesn't have it. But maybe they do. I've never looked at the Tasty Live, Tasty Trade, whatever it's called. Yeah, essentially, that's what that basically boils down to. And if price starts ripping into the theory is, if price starts going up towards the call wall, for example, they'll be selling it because they want to keep those, they want to keep it out of the money. And that's how they're hedged. That's how they hedge. They want to by their agreement with the exchanges, the market makers have to remain delta neutral. And gamma is how it measures the speed that delta changes, and delta is the and if you know all this stuff, good, and I'm sure you know more about it than I do, and that's real easy to do. But delta is the amount of change that the option price has compared to the change in the underlying. And the gamma is the rate that change occurs. And in order for these guys to remain, they have to remain non-directional or delta neutral as best they can. That's part of their mandate for market making. So they have to do that, and the way it basically works is what I've read is when you get down to the above here, they are gamma positive, meaning that whenever price starts up and they want to re-hedge or balance their hedge, they've got to sell the underlying. And when it goes down the other way around, they buy the underlying. But when it comes past the Gex flip, all of a sudden the whole thing goes the other way. In order for them to to balance their hedge below here, they've got to sell, which exacerbates the direction or the movement of the price. In other words, if price starts down and they got to start hedging, balancing their hedge, they've got to sell more, which increases the direction. So I read, and if you Google, just like I showed you, this all I did was just my free gamma levels, and you'll see, should be able to see this, but otherwise you can just look at that and see what it says and read all about it and see how he's got it set up and whatever else. Or if and this is the real drip to rip is the guy that did this. So if you're if you've got, anybody can have, I'm sure you have TradingView. You can put this on there and play with it yourself. That's all I'm doing. And of course, these trades are different. These are the algorithm that I did a long time ago, or the other day, or whatever, some time ago. But all of this stuff that you see, well, here you go. Watch the difference in my screens. All of those things, the dashboard up here, this stuff down here, the tables now, balance tables down here, this directional stuff, and all of those levels and everything that were calculated in here are part of that. So that's how that whole thing works. All of this stuff. And these are the different, the main strikes at all the different levels. And as much as I know. And this changes very definitely every day, all day. And there's the Wednesday, there's the coil and how to trade it and what to do about it. Yeah. Well, yeah, and my little short here, my little thing on the IB, that deal that I've worked, with the edgeful stuff, just to pull back to the 25. Granted, this is automatic and took off the second one, but if you kept a runner going down here, Jesus, aren't you a happy person? There's T1 and there's T2 taken out there, and you had all this extra room to go. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's how I think you deal with it. And if you look at YouTube or something, man, you'll notice that it's there for a while everybody was talking about the orb trades, right? And now it's a lot of stuff about GEX. Even FT71 has got some, the GEX bot on his platform with whatever the hell he calls his brokerage now. All of that stuff. So there's this thing down here. Action long, bull, position short, bull, blah, 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 blah. And there's all these balances of the options. And then there's this stuff up here, and here we are. I don't know. And the boss is telling me I got to get to the kitchen. That usually has a good outcome. And I'm glad I didn't go short down here like I was thinking about. To this, yeah, Panda. Okay, let's go see what. This chart is a 5-minute, by the way. I've never looked at it in another way, to be honest with you. Now, if you're, happy to pay for stuff, I'm sure that you can pay for either Spot Gamma or Mint or Q. And I know Mint or Q and Spot Gamma both you can push that to Bookmap somehow or another. And also, I suppose Ninja and those, obviously they want to sell their service, so they're going to use the platforms that are used by the most amount of people, I think. And I know ATS or Atos is going to also have them. And of course, that's Anton's go-to thing. I got Jigsaw version 9 from where? Is that a Ninja or whatever the hell this thing's called? Trading View. Jesus, I'm getting old, ain't a pretty picture, dude, but I'll tell you what, it beat the alternative a lot. Jigsaw version 9. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of them. This is the first thing I landed on, and I thought, wow, that's interesting, because I didn't know Jack from, come here from Sikkim about Gex or any of that stuff. Except I've been seeing everybody talk about it, so I thought, well, I better get in, figure out what this is. Maybe it's got value. So cool. I'll have a look at that, later. I've already had one drama this morning with I standing here talking and bullshitting for an hour and a half and realized that OBS had fallen over, so I just restart the whole stream over again. So that was a lot of fun. And then my daughter texts, like her last early morning, was up at 4:30 this morning to take her out to her early thing, and she texted the power went out there. Was everything okay here? So yeah, they're cool. Now the code is locked here. Whether you care about that or not, I could care less. He's got it so well built, and the back end dashboard, looks to me like it's about all the options you could want, but the code is locked, so you can't see the script, in other words. What I'm going to do I'm going to figure a way to have on IRT, a tab that's got the levels with these various basic ones. The Gex Flip and the Max Pain and all of them, the main ones. And then push them to Bookmap. Yeah, well, let me show you what I mean. Where am I? On the right window? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the code is locked. There's no code here. Like on my things up here, where you can do this little code gizmo over here and see all of that. So his is locked, and I suppose it's locked for a reason, so that some dork like me doesn't get in there and start changing stuff. But I guess it would only be changed on your machine. I don't know. That I don't know about. I don't know that about TradingView. I suppose it would be. Is the code locked on your GEXR V9 thing? I don't know. Boy, they bounced it right off the Gex Flip, didn't they? And that would be exactly what the text has to say. That the minute they start getting, the more they get selling and they get panicked about re-hedging, they start buying the underlying. So, yeah. Now it's, we happen to be right on top of the Gex Flip. The last couple of days, it was way down here. So there were no, we were banging around the mid, and this flip was, well, wait a minute. What do we got, 77.5? I took a screen grab of it to see what the hell, if it was changing. Yeah, so here it is down here at 76.5, right? Yeah. So it moved up. And we came close to the call wall where they would be selling it, according to the text. Oh, okay. Now, I will say about the reason I'm looking into this like this is that this is something that makes sense to me. Not all of that, a lot of the other widely believed things that to do with trading, like this, I believe, is the truth. that the underlying and when I see the data and read, Financial Times or something, that most of the futures trading is options dealers hedging that's the underlying. So makes sense to me that this is a thing rather than moon cycles or whatever the hell. I actually saw some guy on what do you call it, YouTube, with a guaranteed to work trading system based on numerology. Jesus, I haven't heard about that since a long time ago. But I believe that this is meaningful, and I do believe that it has a purpose based on the real market. And it's not, indicators are like looking in the rearview mirror as you're driving because it's historical. This is stuff that's basically forward-looking. If you want to hear, I don't know if you're familiar with this guy called Fractal, some goddamn thing, boy, my memory. Thing I can remember. Let's see if I change this around to the right thing over here. Switch account. I've got different YouTube accounts, because there's all this crazy shit going on all the time. Let me see. Yeah, this has got to be it. Where'd history go? Where is If I come to this here, I'll show you something. The guy's got real good general content, and of course now I can't see any of it. You see the last time I looked at it, listened to it. Fractal flow, I think is what he calls it. First, I like his voice because I like to listen to this stuff and go to fall asleep, and he's got a nice monotone kind of a voice, but very, I think very well. I don't know whether it's all shit. He, AIs it and then reads. I don't know. Here we go. This one right here. Where are you? Are you here? No. Okay. This guy, Fractal Flow, and this particular one is fairly lengthy and very detailed and a real basic, thorough understanding and description. And based on what I've been able to Google about it, exactly the truth. So, there you go. Fractal Flow, YouTube. Now I got to remember to get back to the other account, otherwise it won't let me do stuff I need to do here. There you go. All right. The first chapter or whatever in that Gex take from Fractal Flow is explanation of why these things are, why they are where they are, why is the Gex flip where it is, and all that kind of stuff. And then the next bit is about these levels and how these things are put together. I found it interesting. Interesting that he put out different versions. I wonder what they are. I wonder how it varies from this. That Gex flip sure was a pivot, wasn't it? Well, maybe just a coincidence, but now one thing about this particular indicator, or this particular thing that we're looking at here, oh shit, that I'm looking at here. Now you are. One thing about this is it's only today. You know, it's not. There's no historical versions of it, which makes sense to me because all these data is calculated and input into the system, and it changes every day before they open. So that I can understand, but because I wanted to see, for example, okay, how often does this happen? But I'm not sure how I could code that for a probability thing. I bet you could do it with AI. Oh, if you're a good code guy, you know. It's just I'm not, so. If you notice, even on Bookmap, where's the Gex? 7750. Now it's in the book from a long time ago. That was in the book from 10 o'clock. And then who knows before that. So whether that's a coincidence or what, I don't know. And there's another level down here. What is this thing down here? Let's see what 37 is. That's a big liquidity level that's been in there for a long time. Wow. Really long time. Holy shit, look at this. That 37 level's been in there so far 2 days. Okay, there we go. Where'd it go? Now I lost it. Damn it. That 37 level came into the book at 11:30 last night. And it's been sitting there ever since. Without interruption, basically. What does that mean? I don't see it anywhere other than the Max Payne thing. Well, it's kind of the bottom of this zone. I don't guess that means anything. And you can see what these are. These are multiples of the option. So this is 11, and this means that it's a as it says, this is where it's 0 at the money. Everybody's at the money right there. Oh, well, you probably could, yeah. Well, I don't know. Because the data is pushed from him to the system from somewhere else. Yeah, I'll try that tonight, though. That's a good idea. I didn't think of that. Thanks. But because of this is data from somewhere else, I'm not sure that it would be stored, but it's the only one way to find out. And there's, VT trigger, VD trigger, and all kinds of stuff. And they're all explained in that, thing, in the, whatever you call it, the explanation or the text document that goes along with this thing. No, he very definitely says, if you read the thing, that a lot of these things are based on price history and stuff like that, and then calculated the best they can. This is actually from the CME options data. So I don't think TradingView has options, trades options, can you? That would be the only way that there would be options data, I guess. Let me see if I might have just lied to you. I like lying to you, but Here you go. Where am I? Most levels on TradingView are drawn from price history, prior highs, lows, moving averages, and pivot points. They tell you where price has been. The indicator tells you options market expects price to go, and more importantly, the structural forces. Every level you see is derived from real live CBOE options market data. Who knows? Maybe the guy's as full of shit's a Christmas goose. I got no idea, but that's what it says. Oh man, what a day. Okay, well, there you go. You know more about it than I do. Absolutely. And maybe so. Anton didn't have much use for this because he was querying. Well, first he likes the Mentor Q idea, and it may very well be a lot better. And he was wondering about where the data came from. As far as I'm concerned, I want to just see if this looks to me like it's interesting before I start spending $300-400 a month, which I can't at this point. I got to get profitable first, or quit too. Well, I'm liking your little boy. This hasn't been the day. I don't know. Have you been doing okay with the with your magic box? Looked to me like it was pretty spooky the last 2 days. I stayed away from it. But this has certainly been a big, it's certainly become in favor, like volume profile or whatever else. So I'm assuming that the minute enough people get involved in it, they'll figure out a way to arb it out, or they'll stop doing the GEX levels that way. But they've got a hedge. So their mandate says they cannot be directional. So there you go. This even tells you, if you look at the bottom of this thing over here, it even talks about where the stop should be and buy and all that kind of thing. Oh yeah, right. I know Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I know. I was just thinking about yesterday, actually. Oh, Monday and Tuesday were easy. Well, kiss my ass, my brother. Good for you. besides all this volatility and craziness with earnings and all, this is going to be non-farm payroll on Friday. Don't forget. As I've traded the box in replay, excuse me a minute. Do you, I've thought about, do you look at all at the, where price is coming from? Like, for example, if price is ripping up and yet the box, it opens and the box is, takes the short out first, do you just go ahead and short it? Or do you look at the where price is kind of coming from and bin when you're putting that stuff on? I didn't, I thought that might probably be what I would think about. And then I got to thinking I'm probably just micromanaging it like I do everything else. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's how I've done it in the playbacks. but not the NQ or the MNQ. Always on the or MES. That's actually why I've started capturing the data for the MNQ here on Bookmap, so I have that data to try that on. I'll need to rethink the whole risk management idea with stop loss and stuff on that. Looking at ATRs or something, other side of the orb, I don't know. I mean, all that is a 30-second orb, right? So I can actually almost back test it. I can't get much closer down than 1 minute though. That's a problem. I can on IRT, but not on TradingView or anything. One of the things that in one of the videos that Anton recommended I watch from based on a well, anyway, the guy uses diminishing scaling. And I Googled a bit about it, and it's kind of interesting. It's very interesting, but I don't have my head around it nearly enough to think about it. Anton says he thinks it's a better deal than his hedge idea. Essentially, you say enter with one contract. and you have your stop and your first target figured out in advance based on whatever. And when you get to the first target, you add another contract. This is as I understand it. And then you, and I actually, hold on. I actually have Googled it right here. I don't want to do that. Thank you very much. So this is where I started the questions about it. And it's a diminishing scale. I don't know who this guy is. This was not the video at all. I didn't listen to this one. I have no idea. Essentially what you do is, let's get down to this. Now I said, it asked me, how much do I want to risk and blah, blah, blah. And it said, oh, well, that's a mistake because the volatility of the, right here was talking about, the volatility of the MES is so great that you're probably going to get stopped out all the freaking time. Right here is where it asked me that, right? Here's the problem with 4 points is that it average daily ATR of the S&P. It's kind of interesting to use this stuff. I'd never done so before. So I said, okay, show me a winning thing. Basically what happens is, I'm trying to find it. Well, you put on the first tier, and then when price gets to that tier, you add another contract and you move your stop to break even. And here's how they change. Forget the 4 point thing because I do think that's stupid. Here's the 10-point one. 6.5 points. Then it's 10 points from the entry. Then it's 4 points from the original entry, and you keep multiplying up until you're 20 points from your entry, and your final break-even stop is 6 points from above the original entry, and you've got on maximum contracts for your account. As many tiers as you want to add in there. Kind of interesting idea. And that's probably, now, the thing about it is it says that this is, as it says, this is a high reward, low win rate basic strategy because you're going to get stopped out. Accept the low win rate, building into winning positions, a lot of scratches. Well, scratch, I don't care so much, but losing your money, that's a different story. So anyway, that's something you might want to look into. It's called diminishing scale. Anton's hedging idea works very well, except I can't figure out how to unwind it properly. The couple times I've tried it and didn't get it unwound or read the unwind right, I ended up taking a much bigger stop than I wanted to risk. So this, I like the idea there. I'm going to look into it more. Oh, boy. Jesus Christ, it's already noon. Oh, and here's a VPOC migration, so let's go south, huh? Let's short that baby. I just can't bring myself to do that. And there are people who do. And I guess over time, it pays out. Yeah, have a great one, man. Take care of yourself. You got the right idea. That's for sure. Well, I can't believe it, but it's already noon. Unbelievable. I'm going to step away myself here for the midday break. I didn't realize it was already noon. I'm amazed. Absolutely. It passes fast when you're having fun, right? I wish I were. That'd be great. I wouldn't get suckered into this VPOC migration, I don't think, because we're at this lower distribution right above settlement. We've still got the flip down there at 50 right there. I don't know. I think I'm gonna steer clear here. Let's see what's going on with the rest of this stuff over here. We got this. Well, that's not doing anything. This, by the way, is the weekly volume profile. Cumulative weekly volume profile. So it's going clear out the bottom of the chart forever, of course. Breakout, no trigger. One trigger long, and it, that was a scratch or a stop. Why are there two there? Why did I see two charts? Oh, wow. Backtest stuff is still hanging fire over here somehow. Don't want that to happen. So this is just the this is an orb, 1 minute orb strategy testing thing. This is the fence actually, which is a breakout and then wick back in and Short. I think. Let's see. And it's 52 ticks long and covered. Wonder if I need to shut those off, if that would help the lags. All right. All right, I'm going to step away for the half day, the midday thing. Oh, there's that VPOC migration short working out. Look at there. And again, with the scale, right? I'm thinking, well, that's not much. This is 10 handles. 72 to 62. That's a 10-point trade right there. That's Jim Dandy. Well, I got to get this figured out fast. Okay, I'm going to leave it on the book map, and I'm going to step away. Oh, the market went exactly nowhere. Wow. That's pretty funny. All right. Well, I'm going to be going out for Get Tam this here in a little bit. Hopefully, I'll be back. I always forget to type I'm back. Anyway, so this is quite the interesting day, huh? Quite the interesting day. Trump is suspiciously quiet today. Unbelievable. Nice trip. And still no action on the price. So we have rounded the Great Divide here. Look at this. Look at this volume, this profile. Holy smokes. And that's right above the flip. So the flip's at 50. Amazing. All right, well, so let's look over here and see what we did. What a crazy day, huh? Apologize again for the stream being goofy this morning. I don't know what happened to that. OBS just died. And here we are. Couldn't get anywhere, and down they came, and then flattened right out into the close. There's no big news today, no big earnings today. So there we are today. This is investing.com, Investor RT, sorry, my charting package, which is these are the minis or the micros. Well, I better start thinking here. These are the micros. This is micro ES, NQ, and this is the high time frame. So here we are. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, finally. Some sort of breather, rationale, whatever you want to call it. There was an incredible 6 or 7. What the hell is going on here now? 6 or 7 singles yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4. That each one of these marks a string of singles. And we took one out up here. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. And why? You know, that's the question we have to ask. Why did that happen? I'm thinking get everybody as long as you can get them, and then the dynamic and gigantic rug pull. But this is the high time frame. These each one of these are, this is the MES. In the header of all these charts, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So this is the MES. Each one of these is an RTH daily session. And wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them to get the volume, high and low volume nodes and the micro composite VPOC. Also, we have the session prices, which both of those push automatically to Bookmap. Let's see if the volume ever got above 65%. Yeah, a little bit. 10 points more, and we're still at the $1.75 for the 1 minute candle ATR. Okay. Bookmap. Wait a minute, I don't want to do that. Where am I? What am I doing here? Okay. Bookmap. Again, this is Blue Boy. This is just a vertical line that I put on the first print of each session so that I know that right here is right now. You know, this is the live current auction. And if I have this print over, or a line over here, this and all it is a vertical line. Right there. At the first print, I know that I have the entire session so far in view, and there can be no question about context, and it is down and now flat. And why that flattened out at 12 o'clock and stayed that way, I have no idea. But that's exactly what happened. Pretty obvious. Well, let's look over here now. Let's see what we have on the agenda for tomorrow. Oh, Trump's going to speak today at 15:30, so that's a new one. They pull these into the financial juice calendar when they can for anybody there, because it's obvious that this could have a potential result or effect on the auction one way or the other. So they pull them in over here, and I appreciate that. That's actually the main reason I use Financial Juice. My original news source is investing.com, and they will never pull that in over here. So these are traditional, economic and revenue numbers and reports, and that's what I appreciate. You notice that the header of each event will turn into a URL. When you hover over it, in case you don't know what the S&P Global Composite PMI is, you can click that and find out all about it. This news source, as well as the other, as Financial Juice, can be filtered for wherever you are on the world, the globe, and whatever reports you're interested in. And I appreciate that. Now, we have earnings. We're in earnings season, but as I said, there's no big earnings today. They're the Berkshires and the Lilly and ScanDisk, Walt Disney. No real, no Mag 7s or tech stuff. And tomorrow, what do we have? Simmons, SoftBanks, Conoco. And what do we have for earnings or for the reports tomorrow? Oh, initial jobless claims, non-farm productivity, continuing jobless. Don't forget that this is non-farm payroll week on Friday at 8:30. 7:30, I'm sorry. So these are the initial jobless claims is the big one tomorrow. And we've just looked at the earnings. We know what the Financial Juice has got to say. Trump's talking at 15:30, which is fortunately away from us. Me anyway, because I stopped the stream at 1500 and I have my machines going, but I certainly don't trade that curb trade. Iran is putting a deal together with Hamas. And they're doing it by and large without the U.S. told Iran that it's ready to return to its pledges, what it had promised to do before they broke we broke those peace talks. According to this. I have no idea, of course. How would I know? This is where we will have the market on close. Yesterday it was pretty surprising. They were 4 billion and everybody was sell side. So we'll see what they've got today. And that's at 1450 every day. That pretty much takes care of the wrap up, I think. This hiccup with the stream this morning, I'm not sure why it didn't start, but it didn't. I had to redo OBS and whatnot, so sorry about that. Got a lot of interesting things going on here, though. The quite interesting how they turned it away right at the GEX flip level, and just as predicted, and held it just above. Pretty amazing how that sort of thing works. These are a little algorithm that I have made just for fun to trade in TradingView. I may do an experiment tomorrow and just have everything shut off. To hell with it. So yeah, here we are, standing by for the top of the hour, and the 1450 market on close. Interesting day. Interesting couple of days. I hate those just runaway gap and go trend days. There's nothing. I can't ever just bring myself to pull the trigger. And obviously, if you did that at any point, you're going to be in good shape. So anyway, that's where that's at. What else am I doing here now that I don't remember or know or haven't thought about, or just standing by for the market on close, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna put those. I'm gonna code those gex levels to go across to or to bookmap as these trade levels do. I was thinking about how to do that. Minute and a half or so, or thereabouts. There we are. Not much for market on close imbalance right there. Wow, that's like no movement at all. But we're just above that Gex flip. See what we get over here on the actual number. Numbers, plural. Well, the buy side tonight, this was 4 billion X million sell side, as were these all. Now we got 965,816,212,423 million, all buy side. Go figure. How can it be? How can there be an imbalance of billions of S&P contracts to sell one night, and the next night an imbalance to buy? Jesus, I'd love to be able to really understand what that means, why that does what it does. And be sure to understand, this is not the total number, nor was yesterday 4 billion the total number. This is the imbalance. Meaning, however many million or billion market on close order contracts on close orders there are, this is the imbalance. And the imbalance in this case, there's 965 million more buy side than sell side. Just staggering. The size of this market, I think it's like an iceberg, you know. I don't think I have an understanding about it, really. Anyway, there we have it. That's basically what we're going to do now. We'll take it into the top of the hour, and that's where I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to get busy doing that Gex thing that I want to do. And, yeah. Hmm. 4 minutes. Remember now, the most valuable tool you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. You need to be sure that you are well rested and hydrated and as healthy and fit as you can be. We are in an extremely competitive business, and you need to take a break throughout the day and rest your eyes and, pay attention to what's going on. The people that are trading on the other side of these of your trades are some of the most highly educated, well-paid, well-supported human traders and algorithmic traders that have ever been. So if you think you're going to show up in a sloppy t-shirt and an old pair of Converse and get anywhere, it's probably not going to happen. So I would recommend that you pay attention and, as with anything else, any sport, any business, and this is a business, unless you're approaching it as a video game, and if you are, then good luck. It's a lot of fun, I'm sure. But, okay, so I'm going to be back tomorrow at 0800. I may be on tonight for the Asia Open Orb. That's up in the air. I'm not sure yet. And but definitely tomorrow morning at 0800 Central Standard Time. All times that I refer to here are on my charts, or that I refer to are Central Standard. And yeah, we'll take it into the close here. We got about a minute and a half. Thanks a lot for coming by. Like, subscribe. I'd be honored. Drop something in the chat is always great. And this is my virtual trading journal. This is risk neutral trading. The idea here is that everything I'm seeing on my two monitors, my primary monitors here, are captured in the video as my narration is, to provide what I was thinking at the time. So it makes a complete, fully transparent and fully accountable recording, record of the entire session. All trades are live on Bookmap, real time, live, never back, playback or rewind or any of that review mirror stuff. So there's that. I don't know what else to do to be accountable. And, how stupid would it be to not keep an accurate record of my trading in my trading journal? Think about that for a second. It makes no sense. And that's what this is. So there we have it. There you have the top of that cash market. Now remember, if you're trying to trade whatever you're trying to do, Trump is going to be speaking at, look at that market on close, dump. Wow. Trump's going to be speaking at 15:30, so be careful. They may be headed for the Gex flip here. They are. They went through it. They just zipped through that Gex flip. This could mean that for dealers to for option market makers to re-hedge now, they're going to start selling them. They're going to sell the underlying, which happens to be the S&Ps. Well, that's amazing. That, oh, you son of a gun. That right here is where we tested it at 11 o'clock and bounced right back off. This is the Gex flip. We've just gone through it. What happens here is when we break through that, they go from positive gamma to negative, and the way they hedge to rebalance their hedge is to sell, which exacerbates the decline. So there you go. Let's see what happens here. I'd be curious to see what this is going to do. This is the point at which there is zero money on the line. You know, there's zero profit at the Gex flip. That's why the gamma extension is so important. Wow. That's pretty amazing. They brought it down and they just held until the last second. Market on close and down they went. Really amazing. Quite amazing. Go figure, huh? And that was, 17 points. That little dump right there at 1500 was 17 points. This is 67 and this is 50. Actually, more than that. It got down to about 46 or so. Damn, 20 handles. 21. Instantly. In the blink of an eye. That's pretty amazing. Obviously, that's not a human that did that. A human probably queued up that algorithm, but they didn't do that trade. No, I mean, there's no way that anybody's reactions are that fast. I'll let this thing run a little bit and see what happens here. This is pretty interesting to me. I have no idea what's going to happen, to be honest with you. My machine's run anyway, so it's not like I'm doing anything extraordinary other than capturing this in the stream. Less than a second. About 20 handles. 67 to 47. Boom. Finished. Amazing. Simply amazing. 440 stops. Says. Sweep. And now they're coming back up above Gex again. The flip. Wow. Well, I'm going to call it here because I want to do something that requires both of my screens. I'm going to code up the Gex levels to push to bookmap. So, have a great night. If you're going to trade tonight, be careful. And I might see you.